I would say that's not easier to.
No? Okay. All right, mics are working. Is it picking up noise? Yes, it is. There we go. Okay, that's working. Drop that to like 40%. Okay, so yep, this mic works now. Okay, what have we got? So.
Well, hello and welcome to the 5th round of the Australian Chess Championship for 2026. You've just seen one of the worst chess videos of all time. When the lyrics talk about queens, they show you rooks, and when they talk about kings, they show you bishops. So the video editor probably wasn't a chess player. So that was an Australian band, not surprisingly. Today, we've got 3 co-leaders going into the 5th round. They are the top seed, Trevor Tao, formerly of Adelaide, now living in Sydney. We have the 6th seed, Li Tri Kien, and those two are going to be playing each other. And then the surprise packet, Tedrick Lee, the Melbourne 15-year-old, who is up there on 3.5 out of 4. Half a point behind, we have a pack of very serious players. The 2nd seed, Yi Lu from Queensland. We also have Harvey Zhu, the 13-year-old from Sydney, and the Mongolian 18-year-old Bayaskalan Kishig Bata, who has been dominating New South Wales chess over the last 2 years. So we're still waiting for her to transfer her allegiances to Australia, but at the moment she doesn't really need to, and she's got some benefits from being Mongolian at the moment, not only because she was able to go back and play the Mongolian Women's Championship recently, where she came in 3rd, but she also got to play the World Rapid and Blitz Championship a week ago, and she performed respectably in both those events. And I strongly suspect if she'd been representing Australia, she might have been severely out of pocket, but instead representing Mongolia is not bad. The real question, I think, will come if she can't make the Mongolian Olympic team, but I strongly suspect she'll be able to. Then for half a point further back, another 3, Ran Chakrabarti, the 7th seed, who also happens to be 11 years old. And then Sterling Backer, the 9th seed, former Australian junior champion, also from Sydney. And Gary Lane, the 61-year-old veteran, who is up on 2.5 out of 4. He's an international master, but his best years were probably the 80s. Nonetheless, he did win the Australian Chess Championship in 2004, and that was with a massive score, 9 out of 11. So he's certainly still capable of playing pretty well, although that's 20 years ago. And then on 2 points, well, if I show you the pairings, you'll see why I'm not going to go through all the players on 2, because they include everybody. Darryl Johansson, George C., Stephen Solomon, who else have we got? Heather Richards, our former board 1 for our women's team, 4th seed Sukai G. So there's a huge number of top seeds on a 50% score. In some ways, it's easier to be on a higher score. You're likely to get a slightly weaker opponent. So some of them will move up. Remember, we're only 4 rounds into an 11-round tournament, but for the moment, let's have a look at the top games. And so Trevor Tao's been playing B3 related openings in his games so far, and this time is no exception, except he decides to try and improve. So knight f3, knight f6, e3. In his previous 2 games with white, he played 1 b3 and 1 e3. The e3 game, he tried to play f4 second move. Well, he did play f4 second move. Here, black almost anticipates white wanting to play b3 and therefore can just about copy. Oh, yep, castles. So double Fian Shadow by Le Tri Kien. Le Tri Kien is another who's also playing for Vietnam still, but is a student in Melbourne, has been in Melbourne for quite a while. And I suspect if his university degree leads to a job in Australia, he'll probably start playing for Australia, but it's hard to tell. So suddenly after g6, b4, attempting to take advantage of the fact that he hasn't played b3. Not that that pawn on b4 is anything special. In the old days, people used to try for d4, c4, and b4, but that space is not as good as it looks. And in fact, Lee immediately responds with c5. I'd probably choose to swap there and open the b file and then not put my bishop on b2, but play knight c3, bishop a3, and rook b1 or something like that, if I could get away with it. But instead, the super weird bishop a3. I have to say that looks pretty horrible, but that's a different thing from saying it's actually bad. So we could play knight c6 and bishop g7. That looks extremely natural. Presumably then white will play d4 and c4 and try to prove that the b pawn was less important than the c pawn, and you've got a little bit more control over the center than you had before. Well, it's possible, I guess. How else can you maintain that pawn? Knight a6 is definitely possible. I'm not too worried about b5. I'm trying to make the bishop on a3 look stupid. But I must admit, after b5, knight c7, the knight on c7 doesn't have a lot of prospects if white plays c4, whereas the bishop on a3 can reposition to b2 anytime it likes. So already a tough decision for Lee. What sort of pawn structure does Lee want here? He knows that Trevor Tau's weird play can't possibly be giving a real advantage, but it's setting him problems immediately. And that's what Tau's been so successful at doing in all his games here. Now, last Australian Championship was the last time these two played, and it was a draw, but it was always slightly better for Tau. Lee eventually hung on for a draw. And if you recall, in that championship, it was a runaway victory for Rishi Sardana. Tau started really well, but couldn't keep up. So bishop g7 played. So is pawn takes pawn a serious move? Probably knight e4 looks fine. Forcing d4. Then I could even take with the knight if I wanted to, but I'll probably just take with the pawn. So, yeah, I like the way Lee's playing this because you always want to play the move that you're intending to play anyway and ignoring your opponent's threats. You lose less time worrying about their threats. Yeah, it's, as I mentioned on a previous day, it's basically the martial arts principle that if your opponent's punch is not going to hit you, you don't get out of the way. You don't waste energy getting out of the way. You proceed with your own plans. And if the punch is just going to graze you, you move as little as possible and then again get on with your own plans rather than constantly jumping out of the way and attending to what your opponent wants you to attend to. So that's our board one game, already a bit weird. And now a big, big test for Tedrick Lee. He's played well, played really well this tournament already. But can he handle a Yi Lu who's obviously in form even after yesterday's tough game? He just managed to get a position that really suited Trevor Tau. But all his other games, Yi looked good, and also he's got white. So we start with a Nimzo Indian defense. Bishop b4. And now, did he really go? Oh, he went e3, castles, bishop d2. Now, these bishop d2 moves have a terrible score, but that's generally because they're played by extremely weak players. There's nothing terribly wrong with the bishop d2 plan, but it's a sort of beginner's idea just to stop the double pawns. And of course, a lot of people would prefer their bishop on f4 or g5, particularly g5. So playing the e3 line like this is very wimpy, but it doesn't mean that white can't keep some small advantage. So d5 was played. trying to say in a Queen's Gambit, you definitely don't want your bishop on d2. So a3, bishop back, and knight f3. Now, the other advantage of bishop d2 is that the queen protects the rook on a1, and that's important if white chooses to play a c5 plan, because then you can back it up with b4, even after black plays a5 to try and prevent you backing it up with b4, whereas a5 can often cause problems if that rook is not protected. So bishop d2, although weird looking, is not entirely stupid. So c5, that's a Tarrasch style way of playing. And the normal way for white to play would be takes, b4, but then you would want to put your bishop on b2. So that is definitely a serious way of trying to, oh, he did it anyway. Okay. Bishop back to where? e7 again, I think. And take. Well, I suspect black is very close to equal if he just takes back with the knight. But it's not impossible that Tedrick Lee is just very happy with his position. The bishop there is simply stupid. It not only isn't on b2 and takes 2 moves to get to b2, but it blocks the coverage of d4. So it means that after knight c6, there could be d4 at any time. And yeah, even knight c6 and knight e4, if you take, you won't have the d4 square. So there could be bishop g4, rook e8, all the normal moves from a Tarrasch opening. And yeah, it's at some point white may choose to reposition the bishop. There's lots of other things to do, of course, one of which is to get your pieces out. So bishop here in castles and rook c1 are easy, but after that, I'm not exactly sure what white's planning to do. And even rook c1 I'm not sure about, because maybe I want my bishop going back to c1. Probably not. Probably it goes via c3. So all in all, Tedrick Lee should be pretty happy with this. And he's playing quickly and confidently. There's no way that he would have really expected to get this. And he did spend a fair bit of time trying to adjust to it. But once he got the right idea, he's just played his natural moves, even taking back on d5 with a pawn is just natural. And b5 is almost never great. Knight a5, and that knight can jump in on c4. And even then the bishop might get to c5 too. So if you don't play b5, I have a feeling that you haven't got much of a position. I don't know if black's threatening d4 straight off. It might just equalize immediately. It might be a little bit awkward, but there's no particular reason for black to want to do that. In fact, black can probably waste another tempo, play bishop d6 and rook e8, just point everything at the king side. But okay, bishop g4 is a good start anyway. So we'll see. So the only thing I'm a little bit dubious about is black going back to d6 or e7 here. I just wonder if bishop d6 and if b5 bishop c7 knight b5. Maybe he doesn't want to give up that bishop. That's certainly possible. So all in all, just a normal position. And yeah, Yi again is starting to play reasonably quickly, just saying to himself, well, maybe my bishop's not so great, but I'll let him worry about whether he wants to go d4 or not, or where he wants to put his pieces. Mine can go just about anywhere. Yeah, rook c1, queen b3. Queen b3, maybe bishop b6 is okay, but yeah, if you put your queen on b3, the other downside is that when you go b5, knight a5 is a hit, so I'm not sure that's what you want. Anyway, the next move for white is probably not so easy. So Yi, if he's clever, will use Tedrick Lee's time, and then be able to respond to whatever is played. So the board 3 game started to look exciting early on. So we don't have a demo board for that today. A Sicilian Najdorf by Bias Garland. So I'm not totally sure this is the best choice against Harvey Zhu, because he used to play this all the time. But probably by the time Bias Garland came to Australia, Zhu was already moving to his G6 system. So she may not have noticed that. So Bishop G5. So this is the old-fashioned move, which was made extraordinarily popular by the Yugoslav players Ljubojevic and Velimirovic back in the 1960s and 70s. One notable Olympiad game, Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky played it in their World Championship match. They reached a funny position. The game was eventually a draw. Just 2 years later at the Nice Chess Olympiad, Velimirovic shows that Fischer missed an absolute forced win, or was it Spassky? I'm not sure. Whoever was white could have just won by force. And so the line is unplayable now, but they knew all the sacrifices and exactly how to play it. Okay, and now Queen E2. Okay, this move is very unusual. Of course, most people play F4 straight off. It was, and it is, after F4, Knight D7, Queen E2 is also played. So this position, it was first reached in the 60s. I think the first guy to play it was a guy called Milan Matulovic, who was considered so dodgy that his nickname was Jadubovic. In other words, he would take moves back and play Jadub, say Jadub, and then make another move. So he would adjust his piece, and the most famous time he did it, the opponent was just so stunned he didn't even complain to the arbiter. He just thought, "What's going on here?" And also, Matulovic is also famous for accepting $400 to throw the last round of an interzonal to help his opponent get into the candidates. That player was Taimanov from the Soviet Union, and he got his just desserts by getting smashed 6-0 by Bobby Fischer in the first round of the candidates. So didn't benefit him that much. And yeah, but I must admit the game throwing and that sort of thing, I used to judge much more harshly until I spent some time in Eastern Europe, where it was explained to me by my coach, Laszlo Hazai, that under the communist regimes, everything was illegal, so you did whatever you can get away with, and that was necessary for survival. So the line between doing something when everything's illegal and doing something unethical is a bit more blurred. And so it's possible Matulovic desperately needed the money. There's a famous case of a tournament that was played in Strumitsa in 1996, which was organized in order for Asmai Parashvili to get his rating up into the top 10 and for a local Macedonian player to get a grandmaster norm. So the two patsies were one Soviet player, Rashkovsky, and it wasn't Soviet anymore, it was Russia by then, and a player from Yugoslavia, Kurica, Bojan Kurica. Now, Kurica had a spotless reputation, but he was Bosnian, and the Bosnian Wars had just concluded. Not all the Yugoslav wars had concluded, but the Dayton Accord had happened. So there was a ceasefire in Bosnia. Kurica accepted 10,000 Deutschmarks in order to throw more or less all his games except those against Rashkovsky, where he and Rashkovsky, being bored, decided to play each other. And it was a quadruple or quintuple round robin. So everyone had to play everyone 4 or 5 times. So they played a match against each other, and all the other games were rigged. And at one point, Kathy asked Karaitsi, why did you do it? You had a spotless reputation, and why would you, ruin it like that? And he said, well, when your house has been destroyed, your car's been destroyed, your marriage is split up, I needed the money. And everything had been bombed, and he needed the 10,000 Deutschmarks much more than his reputation. And he said, the rating points I can get back anytime. So that's the sort of decision you sometimes have to make. And chess is maybe a means for some people to survive that sort of situation. So anyway, Matulovic, who I was always surprised that he had a very positive reputation in Yugoslavia, when I thought this guy's totally unethical. But he obviously, he was a very, very good player, for one thing, as shown by inventing this Queen E2 system. And also, he was a very good raconteur, and he was doing things that other players might well have done in his situation. So, there was no real criticism of him for doing things strangely. So war does certainly change your attitude to what's important and what isn't. Okay, so Queen C7, castles, Bishop E7, G4. This is the idea of the Queen E2 line. And castles. So castles is supposed to be super risky, actually. The main line involves keeping a king in the middle, playing H6, I think, and B5 and Bishop B7. 9 times out of 10, castles is really, really dodgy. Now, if they go H6, you can just go H4 if you want, because you can always open the H file if you need to. And the other thing you can often do after H6 is just take it and play G5. And blow the whole thing open there too. And that, maybe not yet, but that sort of thing could happen. So another possibility is always a knight D5 idea. And if they take it, you play knight F5. But here it's not really mate. So white, how long did white think? 14 minutes, and he played Bishop G2. I guess that's a healthy developing move, because right now you can't play B5 because of E5. But it could get in the way of the queen going to the H file, and it could get in the way of a rook on the G file. So I'm not sure it's the perfect square. It is, of course, possible to switch back to a relatively normal plan in these lines and play rook H E1 and just go for E5. But normally when you do that plan, your bishop's on D3 and it's pointed towards the king side. Here, the bishop on G2, well, it does prevent B5, so that's something. But black could certainly play rook B8 if you want to, though. And after rook B8, yeah, I just can't see a clear way through for white, but it does look favourable for white. I absolutely don't trust an early castling in these sort of knight off lines for white. But, well, Baez-Galan is a serious player, and she hasn't used that much time, so who knows, she may know what she's doing. Well, I'm sure she does know what she's doing, to be honest. So, after Bishop G7, on the top board, Trevor Tao did take knight E4, and now C6. Well, it's not stupid. It stops black converting the B pawn to a C pawn. The most natural move on the board here would be to take with the knight, but yeah, it would be to take with the knight and play D5 later. but instead he takes with the pawn. So he really does want to play c5 and lock that bishop out of the game. So c3 played, castles, d3. Oh no, hang on, it won't be d3 yet. Queen c2, c5, and d3. And now, to be honest, even though knight d6 might be a good move, I think I wouldn't waste time on this and I would just play knight f6, which can't possibly be a bad move. It's one of those positions where it's going to be borderline which square the knight is better, so it's better not to waste time trying to choose which square to go to, just accept that you'll never actually work out for sure which one is better and go to the natural square. And after that, play knight c6, then decide, do you want to go e5? Do you want to go just queen d2 and rook d8? The advantage of knight d6 is perhaps that you can play e5 quicker, but I think after knight f6, white's probably going to play d4 first anyway, and try and get some sort of pawn center. I'm not terribly worried by d4. I could go knight d7, and I think I'm still threatening e5. Yeah, I am still threatening e5. But yeah, so white will play d4 next move if they want to. So again, that shouldn't be a big consideration. Unless, oh, knight d6. I was about to say unless you want knight b5, but I don't think you do. And now, okay, d4 here is still a healthy move, and I think I'll just play knight b7. So knight d6 played. I don't trust e4 here. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some way to break up that center with c4 or similar. Maybe not. c4. Oh yeah, bishop d6. cd3 is probably okay. So yeah, Tao has played very fast up to now, but I'm not sure he's actually got a good position. And our board 2 game, still no move from Tedrick Lee. And again, this is not a position where you especially want to waste time. Tedrick Lee did in fact draw with Yi Lu earlier this year at the Melbourne International. And he actually had an advantage for a lot of the game with black. So you might be thinking, well, this time maybe I can convert. Okay, further down the boards, we have Ranch Chakrabarti up against Sterling Backer. Now, these two have only played the once. It was in the International Master Tournament that was held a couple of months ago in Burwood, and Chakrabarti won that game on his way to an International Master Norm. Backer had a decent tournament there, nothing special, but Chakrabarti did exactly what he needed to do to earn the one norm for an International Master title. So we have a Caro-Kann, e5, bishop f5, h4. So we're going back again to 1960, 61 with Mikhail Tal playing this stuff against, against Mikhail Botvinnik. And in those games, Botvinnik always played h5. There's been a bit of theory since then. There's some very complicated lines involving white playing bishop d3 and black playing bishop to, queen b6. So, for example, e6, bishop g5, queen b6, bishop d3, or something along those lines. Hang on. No, you can't go e6 here because g4 wins. So h5, bishop g5, queen b6, bishop d3 is a really complicated main line. Instead, a6. So if g4, he just wants to retreat the bishop. After c4, he's happy with e6. He doesn't have to play h5 because g4 is not a threat because the bishop takes knight. Now, however, it is. And, okay, he could play G6 and pretending he's got a game of checkers going on. But in chess, that'd be fatal. So H6. Yeah, a lot of people don't like giving white that much space. So he takes here first, if G4, bishop D3, and only now plays H5. This has got to be a worse version of the main line because you do not need A6 in these lines. You need knight D7, knight B6, knight E7, knight D5, that sort of thing. Unless you're going to go a very quick C5, which looks really risky with Queen A4 check style replies, or even a very quick D5. So knight E7 played. And still there is no quick C5 happening. So, yeah, your normal inclination would be to move your queen, because if white gets knight E4 in one more move, then you can't stop knight D6 check and you have to resign. So where do we want to put the queen? D7 looks normal, except because you've played A6, knight A4 could be really nasty. So perhaps queen C7 is the go. But after queen C7, are you just playing just too slowly, and is bishop E2 winning a pawn, for example? Doesn't feel great. It feels as if that A6 move is just totally wasted, and Chakrabarti is playing all the normal moves from the advanced Caro-Kann, the aggressive lines, and his opponent has to already really work hard to survive because, yeah, knight E4 is already a winning threat. So you have to do something about it. The computer probably says queen C7, but it says white is clearly better already, which is not a good sign for the 9th seed up against the 7th seed, 11-year-old 7th seed. Okay, next we've got a battle of two international masters on board 5. They've only played the once, but in this game, Gary Lane was black. It was a draw a couple of years ago at the Dobell Cup in Canberra. So it looks like it's some sort of hedgehog. Yep, it's very definitely the hog. But here, G6. So that's trying to save time without playing bishop E7. Because there are a lot of lines where you play bishop E7, you might castle and put your rook on the E file, you go bishop E8 again, and later you go G6 and bishop G7. But right now, G6 looks slightly risky. I don't know, maybe there's no quick F4, F5, but that's the sort of plan that could cause problems for a G6 too early. Knight C6 is a little bit quiet. And now I would say black has got away with that plan. Again, with the white bishop on D3, the D6 pawn isn't as weak as it might otherwise be. So black's plan has succeeded. And this is getting very ambitious by Gary Lane. So he's stopped knight E5, so the weakness of the C4 pawn isn't that bad. But yeah, sometimes gaining space like that can be a double-edged sword. So for example, if he goes knight B3 and tries to play C5, there's every chance that there'll just be mass liquidation. His pieces aren't that well set up for that plan. F5, on the other hand, could be nasty. And if E5, knight B3, but I think because right now after F5, you can't just go knight E5 because the E6 pawn hangs. But you can play rook E8, and white may not have an easy way to increase the pressure on E6. And then you've given away your E5 square. So rook C8, H3. I just don't trust h3. It's the sort of move where you're stopping knight g4, but those holes that you're making will hurt you later. So queen b8. I think I'd play rook fd8, but okay. Knight d2. Now rook fe8. It's not often you can get away with this with black, putting no pieces protecting your d6 pawn and getting ready to make a break. Whether that break is d5 or b5 followed by d5, I'm really not sure. So how would you judge this, Daryl Johansson, the expert in these hedgehogs? About equal? So what, you're saying king h1 or something? King h1 might allow knight h5 with a trick. Yeah. There was a book called Dynamic Chess Strategy by a Romanian player who died last year called Mihai Suba. And he argued that these positions were better for black because white's position had more or less reached its maximum. And since you couldn't push any of these pawns favorably, you couldn't really do much. And black was still yet to really reveal what plans he was going to make. So I presume d5, e5 is the question? Yeah. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Yeah. So you say cd5 and then knight e4, yeah? Yes. But after knight e4, it looks like it's getting a bit tricky. Because white hasn't got pieces designed to blockade on d4. Yeah, after that knight d2, when black breaks with d5, ideally you leave black with an isolated d pawn there and you just sit in front of it. But that's not so easy to do. But not thinking long, yeah. Yeah. G4 is certainly asking black to play d5. So, okay, after d5, if white plays e5 then, if you take on c4, I'm taking with the knight. So you play... Oh, wow, okay. That'll get messy, won't it? Queen moves. F2. Take on d1, take on f6. Then take on f6, and it's all messy. I mean, what Daryl Johansson is saying here is that white is actually doing something, so you'd better hurry up with black. And if you can play d5 and dump your knight on e4, there's every chance that once there are a few exchanges, that battery down the long diagonal could prove quite effective. Now, you've got some weaknesses in your position, d6, b6, but you sort of hope that after b4, the c3 knight might be a bit of a problem. I'm actually looking at b5 here. What do you reckon? Pawn takes, rook c3, and then knight takes g4. Yeah. The only problem for black is there are almost too many pawn breaks. Did you ever coach David Cannon, by the way? Okay. So that is David Cannon against Gary Lane, the Melbourne International Master against from David Cannon against Sydney veteran Gary Lane. So okay. So what we think is either b5 takes, knight takes, threatening the rook on c3, or okay, they don't like it because we just take on a6 at the end. Okay. And the alternative is d5, e5, knight e4. Computer doesn't like that either. Okay, so the alternative was pawn takes here. I was worried about knight takes. They're saying bishop f3 is okay. I'd rather have a tempo. And if you take on d1 with the rook, bishop takes knight. If you take on d1 with the knight, b5, oh no, b5 doesn't work. So why not take on d1 with the knight? b5, and knight moves. We swap rooks. Feels like it could be good for white, but the computer says it's equal, slightly better for black, so that's sort of encouraging. And the computer says here that you should not play b5 or d5, but I want to do it. So they're delaying it a little bit. There was a line with d5, but yeah, I'm not going to play rook c7 here. It just feels like an unprotected square. I'm not putting a lot of pressure on c4. So I don't know that the computer is really judging this so well. So I think, yeah, okay. I'm confident the computer is correct that b5 is not as good as d5, but d5 certainly looks like a reasonable way to play. So that's our board 5. Just a reminder that Gary Lane is the third of 3 players on 2.5, and he's actually floating down to David Cannon. David Cannon being the 8th seed, actually seated higher than Lane in position 13. So back to our top game, just to see how Trevor Tao is going. And just as yesterday, he is playing much, much faster than his opponent. So how did he set up his pieces? He played knight d2. Why not? So did he go to d7 or c6? d7. Bishop back, e5, c4, and queen e7. I think both players would prefer their knights on c6 and c3. For example, if white plays e4, you really want to be able to get a knight to d5. But black's certainly got some flexibility here. Black has an f5 idea, and you might even have an a6 and b5 idea in some lines. So I think that doesn't actually do anything. The only way a6 and b5 will be useful if you can play b4, a5, a4, a3, and then some of the end games are going to be quite nice for you. But that's such a long way off. The other idea for black is just to go e4 sometime and try to leave white with disconnected pawns on the queen side, but I honestly don't think they're such a problem. As far as white's plans go, you don't want to go f4. d4 is a liquidation that you can't even make work much right now. So it could be that something like knight b1, knight c3 is the right way to go. Anyway, black can certainly put a rook on the d file, but of course, if you play the a rook on the d file, you might get queen a forward, and it just could be a little bit annoying. I suppose white maybe should go for a4, a5. Not that that's scary, but if the black rook has left the a file, you might swap on b6 and go to the 7th. And if you could just keep that pawn on a5, maybe one day a6 will be annoying. So that's probably the best plan. And is there any threat for black to go f5, f4, or f5, e4. Are they serious threats? Could be. That knight on f3 really only has the e1 square, so that's not a great square to retreat to when your opponent goes e4. So I would actually say the computer is going to say this is minus 0.3 for black. Yes, almost. Once it spends a bit of time, it'll realize it's minus 0.3. So I think black has more prospects, just more flexibility, and a4, a5 is not really very scary. So Tao should spend a bit of time here working on a good plan. Board 2, we have Tedrick Lee trying to swap some pieces, which makes a bit of sense. So bishop g4 played. White's already castled. h3, bishop back, and now knight d4. So if bishop takes bishop, we're going to take with that knight and try and put our bishop on c3, but black will probably then occupy e4 with his knight. And black has to decide also, is black happy to have knight c6, bc6 played? Normally you'd say no because that pawn's weak, but because white's played a3 and b4, some sort of a5 move might prove useful. Although in that particular line, maybe white can take and the bishop on d2 actually comes in useful. So I don't know. The alternative is just to go bishop g6, but I don't think that's such a great square. Although if you go bishop f3, we go knight e5. What's that? He played it. Okay. He wants to keep pieces on the board. Normally a good principle when you've got an isolated d-pawn, because if you get an isolated d-pawn in the endgame, it's seriously boring. So here, bishop f3, maybe we just go knight e4. So I think white is going to have to go knight c6 to try to get some advantage here. Yeah, next move could easily be knight e5 for... Oh no, knight e5, f4 followed by f5 could be very nasty. So you don't want to allow any tactics like that. But what's white's waiting move? Bishop f3 does allow knight e5, and it even allows bishop d3 and bishop c4. Knight cb5. Okay, well, my general idea was to go knight e5, and you reckon I can't do it? I lied. I hope I lied. Certainly looks bad. Okay, as usual in these positions, I'll just go knight here. Yeah, maybe. So a5. Or you can, yeah, let's play a5. Okay, so takes, knight d4. Yeah, it's at this moment it's a little bit tricky to defend that pawn. I was hoping to be able to play something like queen b6, but maybe rook c1's good. I don't know. It's queen b6. Oh, okay. Queen d7, rook c1, yeah. Rook c8. Do you really want to take on a5? Wow. He is ambitious. So you're a whole rook down at the moment. So let's see. What's that? Queen A4. Lots of weak pawns, haven't I? Yeah, this is not working, is it? I wanted to go rook c4, but you just take that guy now. And actually, even queen takes bishop might be quite nice. Yep. So, wow, what an idea. Mm-hmm. Because he didn't want to stop it because it might give the opponent the idea it was a good move. So I have to admit, I have never run into that knight CB5 idea before. Looks rather good. Pity about that rook. That looks approximately the position. Yeah, so perhaps black should have just swapped a knight e5 and occupied c4, because this doesn't look so great. So Tedrick Lee, well, has used a bit of time, but finally his opponent, Yi Lu, is also using up time. Remembering, of course, that Yi Lu has been a top Australian player since he won the Australian Open in 2017, I think, beating Timur Kubikarov, at the time one of our best players, in the last round. Well, actually, he hadn't yet transferred to Australia, so Kubikarov was one of Uzbekistan's best young juniors at the time. So, bishop g2, rook e8. So that took a bit of time, and king b1 took 20 minutes. That only should have taken a few minutes to play. But I guess, yeah, the problem for white is he's calculating and calculating, and he can't see anything clear. So his third alternative is king b1. But I don't think king b1 is going to help you much in these sort of positions. For example, if black does manage to play b5, your knight on c3 might not have a great square to go to. So rook e8 is also strange, but she was clearly very worried that after e5, the bishop on e7 might be hanging. I think that's the least of her worries. Now, after rook e8, I can't help wondering about bishop h4. But then maybe knight takes e4. So is h6 a move here? Well, my guess is we'll just play h4. Because bishop to h4, knight takes e4, bishop e7, knight c3 check looks fantastic for black. The alternative is to take back on e4 and then try to trap the bishop with g5, which might be good. So I'd tend not to want to play h6 here with black, because white's looking for targets for that pawn storm, and the pawn on h6 certainly becomes one. So, yeah, so here she's still struggling to develop. So it's possible she might be able to go knight c5 and allow e5 here. But normally those, I wouldn't trust that. And b5, e5 does look good for white. So perhaps rook b8. Well, she could have done that a long time before. Yeah, so maybe white is just saying, you don't have a good move. But I'd still rather he did something progressive. Remembering that both of these two players have a total age of 31, 13-year-old Harvey Zhu and 18-year-old Bias Garland. So yeah, we've really got a lot of youth on the top boards. 15-year-old Tedrick Lee. Let's see, Latriquien is 20. And he's actually the reigning Australian Open champion. Many forget that it was only last January that he tied for first place in the Australian Open. It was a tournament that was dominated by James Morris, but he fell apart in the last couple of rounds, and it was Le Triquien who ultimately finished tied for first place. It was, having not been really that close to the lead, but I think he was one of the guys who beat James Morris near the end. Okay, let's see if we've got any other interesting ones. We have had a draw between Ethan Chang and Daryl Johansson, and that's a very, very good thing, because otherwise it would have been illegal for Johansson to be in the audience at the moment. Okay, we have a Panov Botvinnik attack against the Caracan with the Bishop G4 line. So the tricky stuff here starts with pawn takes D5 and Queen B3. Instead, Bishop G5, which I think I've played on occasion, or even a move earlier. It's very, very sharp. His opponent's reply is also sharp. And now Bishop F3, the main line. You can also take on F3 with the Queen, but after Knight D4, Black seems to equalize. Bishop takes Queen B4, and as far as I can ascertain, that's a new move. So, how do we exploit that? So if Bishop B3, I presume Black is going to take on D4. We go Bishop A4 check, the Knight goes back. Knight B5 perhaps. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, Queen takes, definitely possible. So Knight B5 is the tempter. Queen check, and then is A6 fast enough? Might be. Let's have a look. Knight B5. Check. Queen here. Take, take. Castle, Bishop F7. Knight. Maybe Rook C8 is better than castling. I reckon this is probably good for white. There's some... Oh, no. E5 and just develop your pieces. Dead equal. So is this dead equal? Yep. So B3 is the computer choice? It is too. B3 takes. Wow. And you don't have a choice here, eh?
No, the big choice for him is if he doesn't play Queen, if he plays E5, for example.
Oh, sure. So this has been played before or not? Never played before. So equal. Equal. They say Rook C1.
Yeah,
That's gambling. This is Stockfish 17, by the way, that is analysing that. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd go for 0.1. Doesn't seem to be a lot of difference to what you actually played. So was that all preparation? No, not quite by him. So after Bishop D2, he spent 16 minutes taking here, so he didn't know this, or maybe, no, he didn't know this was the main line, but he plays a forcing sequence and makes a draw with the Grandmaster. So a great result for Ethan Chang. So that's his second draw against a Grandmaster in this tournament, having drawn with Zhang Jilin, the woman Grandmaster, in an earlier round. and he was very close to victory there. So, yeah, Ethan Chang is certainly one of the surprises, seeded only 25th. Again, another 15-year-old in this tournament, but performing well above his ranking. Okay, one game we haven't looked at, Stephen Solomon up against Sukai G. They've only played once before. That was a convincing win for Solomon, I believe. And, or maybe, no, they've played more often than that. They've played, they've only played once with Solomon White, and that should have been a convincing win for Solomon, but he actually mucked it up. It was potentially one of the great Australian games, if I can find it. Let's see. Solomon, Stephen, and how do I find Sukai G? He was black. Here we go. So it started out as a Night North Sicilian. Quiet stuff. And all of a sudden, B5. I mean, H5 is controversial, trying to stop G4. 96. So takes, knight here, rook F6. And now B4 is an excellent move. If knight E6 here, what was the idea? I think, was it B5, queen B7? There's also bishop H5 check when we need it, of course. Oh, we can take on H5 and take on B6. Yeah, and tie you up completely. Okay, so he took with the bishop. And here I think Solomon went wrong. He's got a lot of attractive moves, but the way he played allowed black to block things a bit. So instead of taking on H5, probably just bishop C4, queen F3, rook F1, and he's a piece, only the exchange down. And yet black can't really even think about taking on D5 and bringing the bishop to D5. Now, that was great, and all of a sudden, it's holding together. Yeah, okay, rook here was weird, because now we could take the queen, and it seriously is better for white. But he thought he was winning like this, with queen F5, but he'd missed check, and then queen here, and somehow white doesn't have enough of an advantage, and they made a draw. So that knight E6 followed by rook F6, it's not the first time that sort of thing's been played, but it was strikingly effective here, and yet Solomon didn't win. With black, Solomon has really suffered against Sukai G, who plays a type of Catalan opening, and that Catalan opening has always been a problem for Solomon, and Sukai G has 2.5 out of 3. So this one started with E4, E5, and so a normal Spanish. You don't see these main lines of the Spanish so often nowadays. Unfortunately for Sukai G, this is the sort of thing Solomon grew up with, so he should be able to play this on autopilot. Queen C7, knight D2, knight C6. Okay, so this went out of fashion badly in the 1970s when Anatoly Karpov was beating people up by playing D5, A4, and B4. So this is all, okay, if you have to play knight B7, you're in trouble. The only way this can be made to work is usually if you can move your knight away from F6 and play F5 and then knight F7 later. If you're going to B7, you've got a problem. you're waiting for black to play c4. '98, and now, oh no, not yet. He's pivoting to try to say to black, you're not going to get f5 in, and then bishop a7, the old Karpov idea. So black is now planning to double on the a file, and then move the bishop away from a7 when black's not looking. And in the meantime, black has to decide, am I going for my f5 or my bishop g5, bishop f4, or will I come unstuck later? So queen c7, queen e3. No tricky knight c5s. At least I think there aren't. Now here we'll just take and play c6. Or are we trapped? What about knight c5? Knight c5, pawn takes, pawn takes. What hangs, sorry? I know, but how do I even threaten to rescue my bishop? Oh, I guess rook a3 or something. Take, take, take. But that queenside majority doesn't look bad for black. Yeah, the knight on g7 is pathetic, by the way. If you're not going to go h5 or f5, that is just a bad square for a knight. So, okay, is knight c5 any good? Computer says you're in trouble if you don't. Oh no, he's changed his mind, or it's changed its mind rather. It wants to go knight d8, and then then they say rook a5 or rook a3 or whatever, double the rooks. And again, it's looking like a Karpov game, partly because one of the things you can do if you've tied your opponent up, thank you, on the a file is to throw queen h6 in and threaten knight g5, and while they're looking the other way, you mate them on the king side. So that could be annoying. But first, you've got to reinforce that piece. So right now, Solomon, yeah, he's played all the 1970s stuff. That's when he came up as a chess player. And if knight c5 doesn't work, and I think probably it needs to be played because otherwise you don't get out, then it should be a clear advantage for white. I wonder if they regard this. Okay, is there? So they just think white has an edge here, and yeah, just they don't like knight g7 much, but okay. So that's pretty good. Okay, another game involving a top seed, third seed George C. We haven't looked at yet, and from a brief glance, Aidan Odenthal is close to resigning. Let's have a look. So what was the opening? It was a bishop's opening, one of the great openings for white. And now queen f3 before knight e2 is probably the most accurate way to play it, because you can go queen f3 because there's no knight d4 anymore. Knight e2 is, of course, playable. Your queen will finish on d3. Okay, there is no need to take that bishop. So that is already slightly inaccurate. Not much. Yeah, h6, well, it was bishop g5 a problem. As long as black is happy to keep the bishop on e7, then you don't need h6. You could easily play d6, bishop e7, castles, and if bishop g5, you've always got knight ft7, knight c5 hitting a queen, and sometimes you get f5 in as well. So you work around that big pawn center and around any knight that turns up on d5. Wow. Black's rabbit ears has been answered by white's rabbit ears. Neither of them seem necessary. That bishop, was it really going to go to b4? Oh, come on. That is, okay. Unless he's planning a G4 or something, this is all very weird. Why did you need H3? And finally, George C, having wasted 2 moves on A3 and H3, decides to open up the game. And his position is probably pretty good already because black can't even castle because of the weak H6 pawn. So now, yeah, it's that close to game over. How do you handle A5? Well, you ignore it. You hope that after the A file gets opened, even if white doubles on the A file, your bishop on B7 will do the job. What you don't do is open up, even if it's the nice looking move D5. So, takes, bishop takes, takes, queen E7. Okay, he's trying to be tricky in order to survive. He's got a queen C5 check as well as a queen E5 to win the C3 knight. But the whole thing looks really dodgy. If this isn't a forced win for white, I'll be very, very surprised. So even rook F6, queen E5, rook F7 looks fantastic, but maybe you can do better. I'm hoping for rook F6, rook C6, but I guess I'm not getting there. Okay, I'm going to cheat. Rook F6, queen C5 check. Now, yeah, there's something wrong with queen E5. I just don't know what it is. Oh, rook F3. Oh, gee. So I have to play queen C5 check and your position's a disaster. Okay, that's what I was missing. So instead he went bishop E3, knight D7. White's got a tempo to do something. E6 or D6 are the obvious moves, and he went for D6. So if you take it, we are going queen C4 check and then probably rook F7. Although even taking back on D6, queen E6. Oh no, hang on. No, you can take on D6 with a bishop. So takes on D6, queen C4, bishop C5. Do I want to take first and then take on F7? I don't know. Not 100% over. So we have to take. So there could be a good move like knight D5 here, but maybe it's not over. Okay, so check. I want to do that. So if rook F7, I'm a little bit worried about queen E5. So it's not over, is it? No. In fact, it's not great. So here they're saying A5, which is not what he intended, I'm sure. So actually, white's not killing him. So what do you do wrong? He didn't take on F6. Okay. Yeah. So he took on E5. I thought that lost by force. But if bishop D4, you do have bishop C5. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense by George C. So are you going to play queen C7 here and allow knight B5 or knight D5? Probably knight B5. Could we just move the rook on D8 and use that pawn as protection? It's sort of sensible since white's got 2 knights under attack. But of course, knight ge2 is not bad. But then black has a knight c5 move. And all of a sudden, yeah, the position could be quite tricky. So I'm still not sure if that rook should go to e8 or f8. e8 might allow rook f7, but there's still knight c5 then. So probably I'd prefer to be on e8. Or should we sacrifice the exchange? Whether it be with queen takes g3 or bishop c3. Oh, that doesn't look like a bad sacrifice. Yeah, queen g3 could be scary because e4's weak, knight e5 might come. So what about queen c7 as well? Just a good healthy move. I don't think this is any advantage at all. In fact, I think the tables have, no, they do think it's any advantage. What? Okay, this is the bit I don't understand. Queen takes, knight here, queen takes, knight a7 and bishop f4. And in fact, they say bishop f4 is even better because knight a7 will be mate. Okay, that makes sense. So what about all these exchange sacrifices? Do they even mention rook f8? Oh, they want something really complicated. Knight here, knight e5. It's a risky thing to do with so many pieces hanging. Queen b3 perhaps? I wouldn't trust this for black, even though the computer's saying it's good for black. It certainly looks dodgy. I presume they want black to play queen e7 or something normal here. But yeah, the whole thing looks really tricky. So yeah, quite a violent game. And contrary to my expectation, it's actually not that great for white. Although in real life, I reckon white will win convincingly. So let's have a look at how our top seed is doing. Whoa, that's 1 pawn too many, I'd say, by black. So knight e4 was played by Trevor Tao. So if knight takes, pawn takes, the d5 square is weak. Is white really going to put a rook on d5? But everything else about the position doesn't look so great for white. But instead, he just played f5. And now, did he take? He did indeed. Knight takes, queen takes, rook d1, queen e7, and a4. Well, this is the sort of position we discussed before. A5 is really not a problem. So if black sits tight, black should have a perfectly good position. I don't believe d4 is going to blow the position open with advantage. Generally, black could play e4, but even if you couldn't, the fact you've weakened yourself with f5 is not that much of a problem. But here, Lee decided to go for it with g5. So the attacking plan, I guess, is g4, rook f6, rook h6, and queen h4. But Larsen's maxim that I never get mated if I've got a knight on f1 or f8 might hold here. Now, when the knight gets to f1, in a Sicilian, you'd be able to go f4 and bishop takes g2 and queen h3 and so on and win the game. I really wonder if you have enough time to do that here. But at least it's putting Trevor Tao under some pressure. Black actually has some ideas. Oh, he played knight d2 straight off. And now, if we go g4, is e4 going to break things up before we're ready? Quite possibly. And I don't want to play h5 because I want, oh, I can't even do it here. Maybe e5, h5. I want to keep that h-file free for my queen and rook. So here, what to do? F4 gives away too many squares, and I don't think the E3 square is that weak. Rook F6 might be playable. Looks a bit weird. But Rook F6 is always a good move to scare your opponent, of course. But they're probably then just Bishop F3 looks solid enough. You're running out of attacking pieces to some extent. So do they believe this attack for black? I'm sure not. G4, E4, well, they no longer want to play E4. Why not? Okay, they're saying Rook H5 is not good. They think it's a winning attack, but only starting... What? Okay, this is the computer's main line. They only play Rook H5 when the knight can take it. Let's play G3 just so the... Oh no, then Queen H3 is pretty good. And they say this is winning for black. Well, it looks nice, but winning would be a big call. So actually they believe this attack, but the way they want to play it is super weird. Still, there are a lot of black pieces pointed at the king. So why not play G4 and see if E4 happens, then certainly you have to calculate a bit. If A5 happens, at the worst you just go Rook B8, let them take on B6 and go Rook A7 and get on with the attack without allowing an extra swap of rooks. So exciting times ahead on the top board game. And yeah, this time it's Le Triquien who has an initiative against Trevor Tao, unlike their battle 2 years ago in the Australian Championship in Adelaide. Board 2. He just didn't know Johansson's idea of knight b5. He took first. Then played bishop a6 and rook b8. That at least stops a5 fighting back, but the bishop can be hanging in a lot of positions. So I don't think white's got any advantage here at all, and possibly is even slightly worse. That would be my guess. Yeah, if knight a4, knight e4, I think it's going to drift down to 0-0s before too long. Okay, the exciting Sicilian on board 3 between 13-year-old Harvey Zhu and Bias Garland from Mongolia. And I'm just trying to fathom what each side is doing. Oh, it's not up on a demo board anymore. Okay, we left it after king b1, knight f8. So if e5, you've got a d7 square for the knight. Now, Larsson's statement that you never get mated with a knight on f8 is, of course, reasonable. The problem here is that we're not attacking you yet, so the knight on f8 is just doing nothing. Maybe the idea is knight g6 and h6. So h4. So if h6, we don't care. Yep, we just don't care. We'll probably play f5. So maybe bishop f3 is better, just to have the queen ready to go straight to the h file. Although the knights are connected. So, okay, what happens after h6? I suppose we can do this. But I wonder, is this really serious or not? Yeah, if g6, h5 is a pest, really a pest. So yeah, white will get to the G file a bit too quick. Well, I don't know. Bishop F6 is going to cover some. Just start with Bishop F3. Oh, here, yeah, start with Bishop F3, yeah. Well, I'm just a bit nervous that the two knights defense will hold up. I mean, once I've sacrificed an H7 with a rook and then sacrificed an H7 with another rook, I'm running out of rooks to mate you on the H file with. Sure, and once we've doubled, oh, we triple. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it looks very, very scary. You have to be a bit careful that there's no E5 move that might allow bishop takes G5 later and bishop H6. Okay, I want to leave this on for a bit. Oh, they already like it. Queen H2, big deal. Rook D3. Okay, they really, really like it. The longer they look at it, the more they like it. So, yeah, so H6, you just have to find a good way to ignore it. So instead she played Rook B8, which could have been played a long, long time ago. Now, B5 is still a bit of a problem for black because it could be E5 followed by Knight C6 that could cause all sorts of problems. So B5, E5, take, knight moves, we swap bishops and we play Knight C6. And that looks pretty good. So H5 is not exactly a waiting move, but it certainly is just saying B5 is not playable, which is why, of course, she plays it. So this is all very much calculation. Let's see. E5. Take. Knight D5. Black's already better. Because of the threat of bishop takes G5, check. If you swap, we take on C3 with check. Oh, it's not check. Okay. My apologies. This is okay. A phantom check. So, okay, so you need to go that way, but then we take, and knight here. And that should be good enough to win. What else can you do? Well, okay, maybe that knight D5 is necessary, but it just looks terrible. Knight takes. And at the worst, I don't know. Is this a disaster or not? Not quite a disaster, but very, very close. All right, the computer will say if this is a forced win. No, not a forced win, just better. So E5, they like it. I like it too. I mean, he's been, oh, they say H6 first. G6, and now E5's even better because you're not going for anything except the dark squares. So hang on. Yeah, knight E7 and pawn takes pawn after queen takes. Already close to winning. So E5 looks pretty good, but it hasn't been played yet. And in fact, yeah, the computer's saying H6 is 10 times better. Yeah, if you can open the H file, of course, it's fantastic. And B4 by black is an annoyance, but you should be able to go knight A4. And even if bishop D7, probably B3 works out okay. But that's the scary bit. So let's say H6 takes. I don't know what to take with. Let's say a bishop, B4. Is G4 worth it? Is it? Okay, rook takes. You're saying knight G6 F5, are you? Yeah, it's got to be good. Actually, that might not have been so accurate, but I'm still a piece up, so I'm happy. Relatively happy. I wish I could play rook G6. But I'm still doing fine. Not that I see a forced win, but have I mucked it up? Rook G6 does work, followed by knight E6. Okay, that's computer tactics. I'm not worried about them. So still no move by Harvey Zhu. Yeah, I'm sure he wants to play E5, and the computer is saying you can improve it dramatically with H6, and that's probably true. But in a real game, would you miss your chance and maybe after H6 allow B4 straight off or something? So I'm wondering about H6, B4. This is the sort of line I'd be wondering about if I were white. I think I do want to not worry about that knight on A4. I'm just not sure how to break through here. Even bishop F3 and queen H2 could be good. Oh, except, oh yeah, that's could be good. I'm still not mating you, unfortunately. Oh, but pawn takes is going to hurt, I think. Yeah, the knight's got no squares. Okay, so H5 is no good. So my guess is this is about +5. No, they say H5 hangs on. Okay, fair enough. But certainly still very, very good. So still no move from Harvey Zhu. He obviously thinks this is the critical moment. The 13-year-old does have a time travel habit, I must admit. But here, it's a choice of good moves. E5 is not bad, and apparently H6 is even better. So that's going quite well. Back to our top board. Trevor Tao against Le Triquien, seed 1 against seed 6. And Le Triquien is going with pawns only. G4 played. A5. H5 played. Takes. Rook takes. And I don't think those pawns are that scary if you haven't got lots of pieces behind them. So Le Triquien's wondering, should I take with the bishop or just play rook takes? Oh, he already has. Taken with the rook, rook A1. And I wouldn't be totally surprised if this ended as a draw. Black's got some space, but white's reasonably invulnerable. I'm struggling to find a good attacking plan here for white. Maybe it's, for black. Maybe it's takes. I want to play F4 sometime. I just don't want to lose control over E4. And yeah, I just don't think I can find a good way to play F4. If I start moving my knight around, I'll have to probably use my queen to defend b6. And I simply don't believe a slow plan like rook takes, bishop takes, king all the way around, and then start attacking over there. Still, white is no longer really in the... Oh, maybe he is in the d4 business if he can win that guy. So, yeah, now that all the... In fact, could he have played d4 last move? Pawn takes. Probably e pawn takes. Oh, yeah, there's the pin on the bishop on e2. Okay, so d5 is definitely not the go. And f4 played. Okay, as any Sicilian player would know, you're not scared of f3 because you can play bishop f1, and you're not scared of takes on e3 because you can play knight f1. The problem is both pieces want that square, so a move like bishop h6 could be annoying. Now, knight e4 feels like a really good square to go to. The only problem is takes, bishop h6. But if we can safely play queen d2, and I reckon we probably can't, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so, okay, Trevor Tao has a few problems to solve. I would like to swap on f4, pawn takes and swap on g7. Now, there's a choice between taking on e2 and taking on g7. Hard to say. What's that, sorry? Because? I can't get back in time? Probably not. So is this actually serious? Bishop c3. Okay, let's play something else like, I don't know. I want both bishop f1 and knight f1. So let's say I don't need my queen. So that's not too bad at all. They're suggesting some funny line that leads to a queen ending or bishop against knight ending. Yeah, should be absolutely okay. Yeah, so they want bishop c3. But yeah, activating the queen should be okay. So I don't think there's any serious problems here, but one or two slack moves and it could easily turn against white. So just be a bit careful. Just for all of you who have recently come in, as far as I know, we've only had the one result so far, a draw between Ethan Chang, the 15-year-old from Sydney, and Melbourne's Grandmaster Darragh Johansson. That was really good opening play by Chang in a very sharp line, and Johansson felt he had no choice but to force a repetition. Further down, have we got any? Okay, Heather Richards is actually on the same score as George C. and Darragh Johansson. She's won 2 in a row. And right now, yeah, both sides have random positions, but it feels as if black's going okay. Is black actually a pawn up here? No, 2 pawns up? 1 pawn. Let's have a look. So Richards is a very much a King's Indian player, but she plays it in funny ways, like bishop f5. And d5, it's playable, but the bishop is not bad on d7. So Richards isn't scared of this sort of attack. She wants to hit with f5 as soon as she can, but she's thinking, with my bishop on d7, I can hit on b5. In fact, allowing b5 was not clever. Bishop e3 is a bit funny. And yeah, it looks as if when white goes c6, everything's going to be great for white, but in fact, the play is about to be on the king side, so the bishop on c8 is eyeing the king side. And all of a sudden, everything's going okay for black. Instead of playing knight a4, yeah, bishop b5 then maybe? I don't know. Oh, is there knight e takes d5 followed by e4? Yeah, could be dangerous. So yeah, white's h3 and g4. Black is well enough set up to not to actually have to worry about it. If this worked, you'd play it in every king against every King's Indian, because you can almost always get this sort of position. And I like the way Richards is playing both sides of the board. And here, yeah, it's if you ever jump the knight in knight f4, you'll be able to tape it with a pawn, and then your bishop on g7 will be good. That is sometimes good to get in on e6, but here she is actually not concerned. Whoa, that looks risky, but okay. The whole thing looks a bit crazy. What a position. So we're threatening bishop g6 check, by the way. So she could take on a2, she did. And then on e6, and queen here. And now Terence Tang, the Sydney student, is groveling for a draw at the moment, I'd say. So, first question when you're considering an exchange of queens is which king is more safe? It's a tough question, actually. And next question is, can you even avoid an exchange of queens without going backwards? So where does black want his queen's rook? Want her queen's rook? Maybe on b8, because f2 looks fairly well defended at the moment. Yeah, so we could also swap and jump in on f4 straight away if we wanted. Or we could swap and play knight f5 if we wanted to get rid of the dark squared bishop. I'm also trying to find a square where you could keep the queens on, and all the squares where you can seem to be, well, c8, because if queen c6, bishop b4 looks good. So if knight d5, there's bishop g6 all the time. So black may as well make the best of it. I presume you don't want your rook dragged to e6. It seems to be on a good square. But again, you don't want to swap and get the white rook on d1 coming into d7. So what to play here? Really good move, queen c4. The obvious one would have been to threaten it with the bishop. But here, after the queen's come off, certainly white's king is not in trouble. And I'm not sure about black's king. Thanks. So, no, tough position. I can't play rook d8, by the way, because the queen takes queen and bishop g6. That's the square I'd love to go to. Queen h4 threatening. Queen h5. Yeah, I'm planning to go knight f5 anyway, though. Maybe I should just start with knight f5. Yeah. Always try to let your opponent do the swapping if you can. And the other advantage may be that after queen takes c6, rook takes. So let's move some pieces around. Knight f5. Queen takes, rook takes, bishop here. I wonder if I can take on e3 first. You reckon that? Yeah, it's still a pawn up, isn't it? I'm almost wondering if I should be putting my bishop on e4 around here. It'll get knocked by a knight soon. b8 or e8? Sorry, why are you playing here? I'm going there anyway. Yeah, it forces me to take on f5 and then take on c7. Yeah, I thought I had some tricks, but maybe I don't. Yep, so if rook d7 is not playable, then black should be going fine. Computer probably says minus 0.3. Knight f5, knight c3. I didn't see that, but okay. 0.1. So it's not a big advantage here. So allowing black to take on a2 hasn't been well. If you take on a2 and white's always got bishop b1 when white needs it, then the queen isn't normally that badly placed. The way to fight back is usually to play a5, a4, a3. But after queen b4, we're already threatening things like queen c4. So you may as well get that pawn as well. Oh, she keeps queens on the board. She's turned her queen into a very passive one. So bishop e4, rook g1. And there's that, oh gee, there's a queen g4 move too. What about queen g4? You have to play knight f5, I think. I am getting pretty scared of this if I'm black. Although I don't see a knockout blow, so you might just play rook b8, but hang on, bishop g6 check. Yeah, after 93. Okay. Extra pawn. No, same pawns. Yep, true. Yep, okay, rook takes. Looking a bit dodgy. There is rook f2, but I don't trust it. No, that doesn't even work. Okay, so bishop e4 played. Okay, so rook b8. What's the problem? But I feel like white's got good control. So they don't like bishop e4. They like rook hg1 first. But queen c8 hasn't thrown anything away. And it has kept the queens on the board. So that's something. So why would she not play rook b8 immediately? Hard to say. She played it quickly enough. Okay, just a reminder on our top boards, Trevor Tao is slightly worse against Lee Tree Kien, the Australian Open champion. But it does seem as if not too much is going on. So everything came off the board. f4 was played. And now knight e4, I think. So takes, which is what we were fearing. Bishop here, queen d2, I believe. Yep. So can we get to that pawn? if bishop takes, pawn takes, queen here, you've got d7. And is it a mate or not? Queen e3, king f1, queen c1, queen d1, no probs. Well, relatively. Oh, better for black though. So that, oh no, hang on, black's a piece down, so not better for black. So you can't do that. I'm thinking I'd love a knight on d4, but I guess I can't get it there. What if I take and go knight f6? Then I can't get my queen to g5. So how do we make this work? The black knight needs to be on a better square, but it is a long, long way from f5. It's as far as it can be. 2 squares diagonally, takes 4 moves to get there. Black played knight f6. Take, bishop b2. Is there a problem? Maybe there's a g3 move. And then queen g5, but then taking the pawn doesn't help that much. So maybe we start with queen g5 and then play g3 after you've gone bishop back to c1, if you do go bishop c1. The other thing I'm looking at is takes, bishop here, queen c6, threatening mate, but I couldn't see an answer to bishop f1. Coming in on a4 doesn't look like it's that scary. So knight f6 played. So I think this is drifting towards a draw. There's an initiative right now for black, but I just can't see how to make it work. It'd have to be the move g3, queen g5, bishop c1. Doesn't look too scary. A lot of space. But fine. Really nothing. So this is, what are they suggesting? Bishop g5, I'm putting a queen on h6, a different way to tie you up, but this game is probably headed for a draw. I don't think there's enough black pieces and enough pressure to really create winning chances. Is this Tedrick Lee game? Okay, let's see what was happening in the hog. Okay, he did not play the d5 move that we were expecting after g4. He just went h6, which is actually not a bad move. If white plays g5 and can't take back with the h-pawn, then you get the e5 square. So, but he's still not playing d5. Okay, that looks funny, but a5, the question is always, can we just put a knight on b5 and is your d-pawn really in trouble then? But the queen on b8 covers it, and there are too many pieces blocking that d-file at the moment. So takes, knight c5 in immediately, okay. So if bishop takes, we're taking back with the b-pawn and winning both a-pawns if we can. Bishop back, and now black has not taken back yet. Does black have something big? But you are a pawn down at the moment. If you take back, then there is rook b1, and the queen will get knocked around if it goes to a7 or c7. Maybe that doesn't matter too much. If you took back, bishop, what? a7, queen c7? Yeah. Yeah, he's got a lot of knight b5 tricks, it's true. So is a4 threatening a5? I'm not sure. It's not threatening c5 at the moment, but maybe white's just going to play knight b3 sometime. So, and eventually come up with a threat. The fact he hasn't moved here is a bit strange. I think he should just take back. I don't think the tactics are going to work on the b file. You can always play knight fd7 if you have to. So I'm not concerned by this at all. Okay, let's just check out boards 2 and 3. Board 2, Yi Lu is trying to be slightly better in a hanging pawns position. You never know. He might be reasonably well placed. So queen a4, queen d6, I suppose. That's nothing. No, bishop f5 played. What? If queen takes pawn, bishop d7, that's just cheap. Okay, cheap but perhaps effective. Bishop e2, queen d7. Not that effective because he decides not to put the bishop on d7 anyway. But that protects the a pawn. And maybe there's a bishop h3 idea if you're not careful. Rook fd1. That way, if you sacrifice, we can always go bishop f1, bishop g2. And even more so after bishop d6, he covers the h3 square quite well. So here, it looks like you probably can't get that much of an attack, although it wouldn't be bad to force white to play g3 or f4 if you could line up your queen and bishop on e5 and d6 or c7 and d6. But there are simple moves like h5 that you can play if you're not actually worried about that side of the board. h5, h4, then when you get your queen here, it could get a bit nastier. So we'll see. He played rook fc8, so he is guarding that. Knight e2 and queen e7. That's a bit. Oh, okay, so if we play bishop c3 here, I presume knight e4, though the bishop can then sit on d4. I can't see a big attack that way. Yeah, black's queen's got to do a lot of damage when it gets to e5 or so on, because there are going to be weak pawns on c6 and on a7. So if white just starts with rook ac1, for example, and asks black what your next move is, I'm not, but he played bishop c3 because he's worried about queen e5. Okay, so knight e4, probably bishop d4, and then maybe we just have to go crazy with queen h4 or some move like that. And hope we've got enough pieces pointed to the right side of the board that everything's going to work out fine. Because we will lose a7, but I'm not terribly worried by a7. I am worried by losing c6 though. So what have you got apart from knight e4? Yeah, you don't really want to play c5 in these positions. You tend to finish with just one weak pawn. And there's no tricky way to get a bishop to c2, unfortunately. I presume a5 doesn't do much. So yeah. How much time has he got left? Tedrick Lee's actually ahead of Yi Lu on the clock. And right now, they like 94 followed by a5. Okay, that's not the combination of ideas I thought. So they're saying 94, bishop d4, and now queen h4. They like it. Let's see why. So g3 or f4. Oh, no, sorry, f4, queen f2 is annoying. So g3, where are we putting the queen? Back here. So the h3 pawn is under attack. Am I worried? Possibly. White is a long, long way from the king side. They actually like this. So after knight f4, they don't want you to take on f4. They want you to keep attacking. But the defense is so weird. I mean, they're saying here, bishop takes, and now h4 instead of taking back. Okay, that again, this is computer stuff. I wouldn't trust this with black, but it's not just bishop d3 that's the problem, it's bishop c2. And even then, h3 is hanging. I just wouldn't get my knight stuck like that. And yeah, the computer is now actually saying it's not that great. Maybe because long-term your knight on h3 isn't so good. So there's no clear attack here, but 94's got to be the right move anyway. Okay, now to the Sicilian, where Harvey Zhu with an attacking position. Okay, he did play e5. b4, knight here. A common way of blocking the b file. And now, if white cannot break through, then black is actually okay. That makes sense. And now they're saying f5. What? You mean we can't sit tight after f5? Okay, f5, e5. What on earth are they intending? Knight takes, big deal, queen goes somewhere. We have a trapped knight over there. Come on. g5, f6, rook d6. And I presume after bishop takes bishop, we just take back and give up the knight. And that might apply even here. Bishop takes, just takes back. Sorry. And now they're saying b3. Who knows? I mean, yeah, okay, the computer can see its way through to a winning attack here, but f5 followed by knight b5 followed by g5 is not the way humans think. Harvey Zhu, yeah, has just got to find a normal way to get through. Now, maybe that's g5, g6. Looks a bit scary for black. Okay, let's, what I want to do is put this in chess base. Come on, you can do it. Okay, save. So we get this position, and I'm going to put a computer on it, but I'm going to see if there are other ways to be better. So according to this, rook hg1 is still okay. Rook h3 is okay. Neither of them are easily understandable. And bishop e1 is okay. Again, weird. None of them are supposed to be as good as f5. I'm trying to understand any of them. Okay, the rook h3 one, there was f5 following, so it's just almost a waiting move. Okay, let's have a look at a natural sort of way to play. Bishop takes, queen takes. So they're not saying g5, but I want to play g5 to see if it works. What's that? F takes. I take again. What? It's okay? Queen h2 is the move? Yeah, again, it's not human, and it's even not advantageous. So they want you to start with rook hg1 before you go crazy. But why the h rook? Surely you need the h rook on the h file. So that is also super weird. So here, they now say f5 and bishop takes and rook g1 are pretty good, or rook g1 straight away. Okay, it's, again, yeah, not the most natural rook on the board, but it's not one of those positions, at least, where you have to find a single attacking line. So, yeah, so could be very tricky. And on board one, white only has 2 minutes left. Sorry, black only has 2 minutes left. And he sacrificed a pawn. What's he got for it? He's got h4. Because, and then after g4? Wow. So how did this go? Did he take on f6? He did. And then bishop b2, all very normal. g3 played without any preparation. So if h4, I presume he wants to go queen e1. No, sorry, g4. All right, not queen e1, g4. So is Trevor going to pull off a swindle here and win the endgame? If we go h3 now, there's g3 if nothing else. And black is down to how much? 1:19. Even if the clocks aren't completely accurate, he hasn't got a lot of time, and he has definitely stuffed it up. Now, he shouldn't lose this position if he sits tight, but maybe you have to be careful about things like queen c3, queen f6. Let's have a look. Bishop f3. Take. Queen f2. Bishop takes. So it still looks bad, doesn't it? Bishop check, maybe. King g1. Can you take on f4? Yeah, so can I just take here? Oh, hang on. Queen takes. Yeah, it should be a draw. But White's slightly better. I was wondering if I should just try to get queens off at any cost, because I can go bishop c2 when I need to. But you can swap in king f2 and then come around the back. Could be a hassle. So it's definitely not going the way Lee would have wanted. Yeah, bishop f3 is a nasty move, assuming it works. So the general idea here, I think, is for black to play queen f2 if you can, and then, so for example, queen here, queen f2, queen takes, and now you've got a perpetual with check, check, and you can't put the bishop in the way because the bishop takes a pawn. Oh, yeah, sorry, check, king here, and just a draw. Oh, queen g2 mate. Ah, all right, that's even better. All right, I'm being stupid. Bishop f3 has been played. King g1, and if we go queen g5 again, that, oh, then king f2.
I think bishop f3. It's a typical Trevor move because he knows his opponent short time.
Yeah, how many moves has he made? 33.
7 moves.
Okay, so do we have any choice about taking it at all?
If you don't take it.
h3 is doing nothing. We can't get to g3 anyway quickly. He took it. So queen f2. He won't muck about. Poor old black has sacrificed a pawn and now is faced with all these endgames where you don't want to be a pawn down. So bishop e3 or bishop f4 are the only two good moves, and he has got not a lot of time to choose between them. Played bishop f4. Trevor would love to go king g1 here just because it confuses his opponent. But probably taking that bishop is a little bit more sensible. He did. Queen takes check. Yeah, not the greatest move of all time. So one move he won't play is king h3. He went to g1. And now this is the tricky bit in time travel, choosing the sort of opposite coloured bishop ending you want, and also judging whether bishop takes, queen takes is a real problem. I don't think it is actually, because of queen e3, king h1. Yeah, I think you should be able to draw this with black. I can imagine some positions, takes, king f2, where we eliminate all these pawns with h3. Even if black wins all of them, then the two connected pawns with opposite bishops are not enough to win. But it has been lost. So did he take on g4? He did. And I think Trevor, because of his opponent's time trouble, will take on h4 and hope that that just works. I don't think there's any risk. What's that, sorry? Then king h1. Yeah. Now, if your opponent's in time trouble, you do want the queens on the board. Make it as difficult as possible. So what have we got? Queen e3, king h1, no more checks. I would like to move this guy to a nice safe square. Unfortunately, there's all these checks coming up. What about bishop e2? Keep out of the way of the queen. So check. And now, yeah, I wanted to go queen f8 here, actually. Yeah, I really want my queen to come back.
I think you wanted to use the bishop to defend at some point.
Okay, maybe he can run away. But does he even have a perpetual? I don't know. I mean, once that bishop takes on e5, then you may run out of checks against this king, and your king is starting to get into a bit of strife. In a way, I'd prefer to run up the board. I hate losing these guys, but if I run up the board, then at least when you take on e5, I'm not getting mated on g7 or any square like that. So queen d8 is just obvious. Queen d8. So that might be why Trevor doesn't want to play it. But right now, is there a threat of a perpetual? Not. Well, I mean, once the queen isn't on h4 anymore, yeah, there's various ideas. Hang on, no, when I check anyone, there is no perpetual. So if I go queen e7, let's say. Okay. So you should definitely head towards the queen. Gives the queen fewer options. Yeah. But I want my bishop here. I want to be able to play queen f8, queen d5, queen f7, that sort of thing. I think queen e5. Oh, then I've got queen f1 check, but my king's still in trouble, actually. And I don't have a perpetual. Yeah. So how close is he to move 40? Getting very close. And yeah, e8. Told you these clocks weren't accurate. Oh, he went to h7. Ooh. Well, that's saying if bishop takes, I'm going to have a perpetual check. That's an actual perpetual check. Queen h6, king here. Should be a perpetual check. Yeah. So are we at move 40? One more to go. And because Lee has played 2 quick moves, he's now got more than a minute left. So he's going to be okay. But I suspect the computer's going to be saying zeros by now. Indeed. So, oh, well, he can try again with queen d8, though. So queen d8, king here again, queen here. He'll go to the 6th rank this time, won't he? Is there a perpetual? That'll do. And if king g3, queen g5 swaps off the queens. So h7 was not a bad square to go to. So Lee looks like he's hung on to a draw against Trevor Tao, which means that the winner of Yi Lu and Tedrick Lee, my goodness, will go be the clear leader. Gee, it feels like a black to move and win position from a tactics book. Okay, how did we get there? Okay, 94 was played. Bishop here, Queen H4 was played, all good. Queen H4, did he go G3? He did. Queen H5, not H6. That would seem to be vulnerable to G4s and knight F4s and things. And he did go knight F4. Rook A2. So if knight takes G3, I presume he's going to go bishop G2. On everything, he's going to go bishop G2. So what have you got your queen in there for? Bishop takes. At least your queen's got an exit square. But I think you've mucked it up a little bit, perhaps. Is he going to take on H3? He certainly will. Because if he's going to lose his A7 pawn, he wants something on the other side. Now, black is a bit short of attacking pieces in order to actually mate around here. So he does have to minimize the damage. If he loses A7, he certainly doesn't want to lose C6 as well. Now, we don't want to swap and get the queen in. That might actually lead to some problems, H5, H4 or G5 or something. But after bishop takes, king takes, there is no worries there. Now, the queen is tied down to that, and the bishop is tied down to that. So there are some tactics around here that maybe that king has to be careful about. It's pretty easy to solve them by just playing rook here. And I don't believe a C5 tactic is going to work. So probably the computer is going to say zeros, but I think leading up to the time control, this could be quite tricky for black. They're saying rook C1, yep. Rook A8, well, no one's going to play that. Yeah, so they do say zeros in the end. Okay, what about the Sicilian defense? I don't really like white's attack with no queens. How did that happen? Bishop B7, F5. Queen here. Can't we just move our queen? And black is a pawn up. But there's D5 if you need it.
Yeah, that's right.
So if black manages to get D5 and later E5, then white is completely smashed. But you don't really want to start with E5, because then a rook might jump in on D5. Even so, E5, if you can hang on to your pawns, then E5 could be good. Okay, rook F1, okay, so if E5 here, there is bishop E1, and D5 is no longer playable. And the threat at the moment is to take on E6 and take on F6. So king G7 looks possible. Certainly looks possible. So black is better, not just on the clock, but that extra pawn. Oh, they think white's got enough compensation. By the way, this is going to go to zeros very soon too, I'm nearly sure. So after queen C4, what did they like? Just queen D2, keep the pieces on the board, bishop takes, queen takes, and keep G5 coming sometime. Oh, also threatening knight c6. So after this, they no longer like white, but they still think white's a little bit better, which is impressive. Knight d7 is a sensible move. Knight d4, knight c5, okay. Gets a pawn back, no advantage. But what I didn't understand about this position is why they didn't want e5 here. I presume it's knight c6 because there's no d5. Black's just one tempo too slow for being better here. So a good fight between the two teenagers, 13-year-old Harvey Zhu and 18-year-old Kishik Bhatta by Eskalan. Okay, now the 11-year-old Ranch Chakrabarti, we haven't looked at that game for ages. And he certainly has, or does he? Does he have anything here? King b7. Oh, there's a rook c7 check. Oops. So he is winning a pawn. Knight b8 and after bishop takes? And after knight b8, what about rook c7? Yeah, the only problem for white is that the bishop on b3 and the knight on g3 aren't really helping with the attack. So if you go to the 7th, we can put our bishop on g6 if we want. Well, I was hoping for e5, to be honest. But I feel like I'm giving away too many squares after bishop e3 with knight f5 and all that sort of thing coming. I don't want to let that knight in. Oh, he played it plus 1.2. No, they like it. They really like it. So what happens after bishop e3? Why is this sort of playable? Oh, you would think it's horrible. Knight b8 is possible now, but d5 is a bit weaker than it was before. So they reckon this is okay, but why? Oh, because there's no rook c7 anymore. Okay, so that does make sense. Back to live. He took back. They say rook h6 is your best move. Looks very, very equal. Computer still thinks white's a little better. So we'll take. You've got to be careful about bishop d1. And when your knight's on f6, it gets attacked. So there could be a problem, but I actually like black's pawns as well. So I think there's equal possibilities for black to win this as well as white. So takes, I'll go knight f6. Bishop d1, knight d3, a3, knight b2. Okay, most likely this is going to end in a draw, but Bayaka's clock is not that healthy. And now Lee has finally got his extra half hour. And what sort of a position have we got? Is it a perpetual? No. Yeah, but then king g3 here. He didn't put his king on g6, exactly. He played king g8 instead of king g6 here. And that means that in this sort of position, there is no queen g5 check. Oh, but hang on. Yeah. But there is queen e3. So what about queen h6? Is that a draw? Still a draw. But we're constantly going queen h6, e3. Oh, hang on. Can you go to H4? No, Queen H6 again. Yeah, so board 1 will end in a draw. So I wouldn't say a lucky escape for Lee, but certainly he misplayed badly a good position. And yeah, it's the sort of game Trevor Tao has won many times. We left it sort of, okay, we got a position like this, total control for black. You just have to find a sensible way to play. Queen G5 and H4 makes a lot of sense. Instead, he went for this first, and now he just doesn't have a way through, because if he takes on E3, he loses E5, and it would just be a pawn down. After H4, G4, which I guess is the move he overlooked. And now he has to get in. Yeah, bishop F4 is more or less the only way. You have to get into an opposite colored bishop's position. And here, yeah, he got this. And if this isn't winning, then I guess you're not winning. He made sure he never got B6 with check, and that is enough for a draw. And they will agree a draw very soon. So that is board 1. Both players go to 4 points. Can Tedrick Lee get to 4.5? He has to win with black against the second seed, Yi Lu. And it's not a perfect position. I reckon we have to go rook A8 here. And then you double. And there is no attack here for black that I can see. Rook C6 first. Okay, so rook A8, yeah? All right, you're only winning back a pawn that you lost earlier. Much better for white. This is pretty bad. So he needs something better than H5, but you're saying F6, yeah? Yeah, I was looking at A5, sorry. I went back the wrong way. C5. Pawn's going to go to C7. Oh, you want to play rook C6? Do I? Not really. That's okay. Designs? Oh, okay. Yeah, but ones that win rooks do. Okay, Queen H6, Rook H1. No, it's game over. So you can't go Rook C6. You can go Queen C6. Probably drawable. Oh. Rook where? D1. B for Bob. D4. Okay. And rook to the 7th, yeah? Scary. Yep. Better for white. For sure. For sure. Rook A8, doubles. F6, that's exactly the line they want to play, but, oh, well, almost exactly. One of the ones we looked at. Okay, we have a win that we have not seen before. And this is George C. Wow. We left it with George going crazy on an attack that wasn't totally certain that he was going to be winning. And now instead of, well, there are various moves here that are playable. He instead went a whole rook down. Now he's only an exchange down. Still looks great for the bishops. F5, the question is white's attack coming first? So suddenly we're going to double. What a crazy position. You can't get bishop c6, I guess. Maybe you can, but queen a6 looks scary. Wow. And everything's going wrong. The threat is rook takes bishop check. And why don't you play it anyway? And then rook b6. Because he had something tricky in mind. Rook d1 when he needs it. And he won. Okay, notice how his opponent's clock was pretty bad too. But so I don't know. This whole knight c5 stuff didn't seem necessary at all. What were they saying? Queen takes c7, just a normal move. And now, okay, not so bad though. Oh, okay. Hi. So were you in this at all? Well, they're saying queen e6 and play an endgame. Bet you didn't consider that one. Did you? Oh. You just thought you'd be a bit worse, or? And when he played rook b3, did you change your mind? Right. So hang on. So after... What's that, sorry? You mean from here? Okay, so we came in on this. And d5 looked really... Was that desperation or what? Okay, here rook f6 looks winning, yeah? Rook f3, that's right. Piece up. Yeah, queen c5, but you never get the e5 pawn, so we take on f7 or something. So do you want... wait, how do you want to play it? Sort of rook f6, queen c5, bishop here, queen takes. Yep. Can I play bishop d4? Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, it's horrible. Really horrible. But as it happened, this all seems to work out if you just take on c7 with the queen. Because g3 is hanging. So knight b5 doesn't work at the moment. You've got this one tempo for rescue efforts. Does it? Oh, that's right. Or e5, I can't remember. Super weird position. Yep. Which pawn? Okay, let's try an ending. Oh, knight takes. How good are those bishops? Looks good for white. Not exactly sure how to play. 92 maybe. That feels like it's good for white. So what's the computer saying here? 95, exactly that line, and a bit better for white. So instead you get this line, which is a lot of fun, but yeah, I mean, suddenly after rook a3, they indicate this is going all right. So if rook b1, were you going to go queen d4 check? And oh no, g3 is hanging, isn't it? So why do they think this is really good for white? Rook a d1. Not very human, is it? I can go rook d. Oh no, then you. Yeah, hang on. Queen g3. Hang on, you can't take on g3 after rook d1 because of queen c5 check. So after rook d1, you can't take here because of queen c5. So you have to swap, but then queen c5 is still winning. Bishop d4 first, I presume, being a computer, he wants to go here and not worry about the pin. You could, yeah. It's amazing they're not giving a big advantage to anyone. It's just +1. You feel like if black's not getting through, then it should just be +3 or something like that, but not quite. And suddenly they think you're just about equal here, which is super weird. And so on. Okay, so, and we saw white just crash through. And I think the computer will agree. Yep. So after this, only one guy's got the attack. And rook takes c6 is coming, and yeah, it's not looking a lot of fun. And the third seed, George C, he won, so he goes to 3 points after a bad start. That's board 6, beating Sydney's Aidan Odenthal. So let's go back to board 2, where we could see a new outright leader, but we were betting on a draw being the most likely. Rook AC2, this is exactly what we thought was going to happen. And now it's a bit of a tough decision for black. But rook c6 is coming. And yeah, c5 may be the best practical chance. But certainly Yi Lu has a chance to bounce back. That's exactly what happened. And now, if he plays rook c6, he loses immediately to f5. So he probably needs queen c6. And we'll see how that goes. That's what was played. So decent drawing chances for Tedrick Lee. This endgame is now equal material. Anything could happen, really. I don't see white's pawns making a breakthrough, and the b5 pawn controls the other ones. So you'd have to say this was a zeros position for the computer. No, rook f4, king e7, bishop e1, bishop h4. Really? I don't know. I don't want to take the pressure off, but at the moment there is a d5 threat, I suppose. So white can, in fact, probably draw with rook f1, king e7, and back again, because there is no chance of playing d5 and breaking out. And that honestly makes a bit of sense. So even though the computer's saying white's better, I can well imagine black, with after a few exchanges, suddenly finding a big pawn center and being better here. Gary Lane has lost his game to David Cannon. We left that one not with the king there. We left it here after black had made this a5 break. Now knight d7. Well, he didn't want to take on b6 for some reason. So he's now hitting with f5. He wants to put his queen on the long diagonal. Could be good. Yep, he's just done it. King h2. No, well, the hog is suddenly winning because you can't take the rook. Oh, this looks like fun. Okay, so this is probably going to have a really surprising move. Yep, sure did. What? So if knight takes rook, if knight takes queen, rook e2, I can understand that. And black will finish up in material at least a bit. After knight takes here, he wants to play rook h3, I suppose. Why can't the knight come back to where it was? Maybe queen c6 and nothing changes. Come on, this is not working. Take on f3, take on h3. So he's... Oh, what a beautiful checkmate. King g4, h5. So this is David Cannon's analysis of Gary Lane openings, saying, if you couldn't have hear, that he will play g4 in every opening. It just depends when. I think that might be an exaggeration. Black playing g5 in every game. Anyway, I did not understand h3 by white. If you're going to go g4, you don't really need h3. Then again, black refused to play d5 at any attacking moment and just kept maneuvering until he did something stupid. And finally, after a4, a5 takes, knight here. So, okay, what happens if he takes on b6? Oh, c3's hanging. And now, well, can't he leave this alone? Take on b6 or something? You can. I want to take on b6 here. Yeah. The general principle is if you're going down, take as much stuff as possible, because if the attack doesn't work, then you're actually winning. Okay, now I might play knight c7 when you're not looking. So, are you taking on e4? Okay, well, don't take on e4. Queen takes b6. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for d6, since you stopped me getting to c7. Yeah, well, I did think Gary Lane's play was sound all along, and certainly +2. There you go. He's moved every single pawn. Yeah. Okay, so we're making fun of Gary Lane's play, but it's not at all clear that he was actually worse until much later on. +2. Knight b3 straight away. Is taking on b6 bad? Nope. So in fact, it's quite possible that Black chose not the world's greatest moment to give away all these pawns. And yeah, so objectively, this isn't working. It often happens, of course, in a hedgehog that Black breaks out and there is a way for White to keep control, but they're already losing the thread of the game. Okay, let's quickly go to Ranch Chakrabarti. That endgame we saw fractionally better for White is now probably a lot better for White, because the center pawns are nowhere near as good as the outside pawns. How did we get there? Knight c5, and he's very happy with his outside pawns. So he wants to keep those pieces on. Yep, makes sense. But White has everything going for him right now. So how does he start pushing those pawns? That's the only hard bit. Okay, well, what if he just says knight f6, bishop takes h5? Maybe bishop e5 hangs on, maybe it doesn't. Probably does. Bishop d2. Could Chakrabarti be going for a draw, or has he got something sneakier in mind? What about bishop f2, knight f4 here? Oh, then bishop g3 draws. Yep, or better than draws. So Chakrabarti, knowing he has a draw, will no doubt be hoping that he's got more than a draw. I much preferred his bishop on e3, where it could go to d4. So he can always go back to e3. He hasn't got a triple repetition yet. But yeah, Bayak is just hanging on. Harvey Zhu has 56 seconds left and 5 moves still to play. And I would say his position is close to lost, because all Black has to do is control the d5 square, and then White's pawns will be stymied and Black's will be starting to move. How did he get into that mess? He went rook f1, king e7. He could play rook f1, rook fd1 and make a draw. e5's played, and now.
So the computer system before was still relevant. Go back to it. Instead of so here, no, instead of rook d8, well, that's silly. So what bishop e1 is stop before.
So bishop e1, can't we always play knight d7?
Yeah, but you can take an e6 and play bishop h4.
Can you? Okay, let's see. So bishop e1 is Johansson's suggestion. So you're saying takes? Bishop here. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to wait for you to play rook f2, and then I'm going to play d5. Okay, so I'll just move a rook back. What do you do? Good.
I'll play double rooks.
Double rooks, okay. D5. Are you for real? I'm glad you thought you could play that.
I can double on the second. Hang on. Okay, I'll fold the second.
Not good. And white wins. So how did... Okay, so he's got control over D5. That bit's okay. What about knight B4? Isn't that nearly game over? Or is there a trick? We're threatening D5 and we're threatening C2. Okay, let's try. Untrapped. Yep. That's all a bit sad. So knight B4, if I go rook C1. The question is D5 playable? Not playable. Is A3 coming? Maybe. Oh. Harvey Zhu, what are you doing? And then rook C1? Winning for black, isn't it? Threatening knight D3 check. Yep. Lost? I think so. King B1 is a draw, really? Oh. Okay, so what are they trying to do? Yeah, this is baffling, absolutely baffling. And apparently you're supposed to play King C3, and this position where you don't take the F6 pawn is supposed to be a draw. Super weird. However, okay, how much time has he got left? 46 seconds, eh? Okay, so let's see. This is clearly good for black, which is why Biascalan is going to play it. Take, 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 take. So after bishop h4, if I just choose knight d5, I want to go knight e3 sometime and take some pawns. King d2. Yeah, I don't want to put another pawn on a dark square, but okay. King. I mean, this bit's weird too. They're saying knight c3. No, they're not. They're going king c6. And they're just making a draw. Okay. Maybe it's holding, but there's some weird stuff in there. Anyway, what's she got left? Surely not. She had 5 minutes a few minutes ago. Oh, she took. Okay. Is there any sneaky move here for black? Probably not. There is bishop. Yeah, there's a few possibilities here. So the other thing is, what about rook c1, king b2? Or are we just going to be losing a piece? Okay, let's try. Sorry, I don't want to take. I want to play king here. Oh, rook 8c2. Knight a2. They say that with b4 check. Bishop a7 to stop me being mated. All right, so, all right, computer. Harbiju looks like he's got his half hour coming up. It's moved 40, so we won't get a move here for a while. Okay, let's go. Just a reminder, by the way, of the results we do have so far. We have a draw, by the way, in Bayaker and Chakrabarti. That was really hard work for Sterling Backer, the former Australian junior champion, against the 11-year-old 7th seed. But that they both go to 3 points now. Our board 1 game between Trevor Tao and Li Tri Kien was a draw, which means the winner of, which means that if Tedrick Lee beats Yi Liu, it's going to be, he's not going to beat Yi, he's going to lose. Okay, this is, no? Why do they say this is okay? King d4? Does that not win the d5 pawn? Big deal. Oh, okay, we need to get the bishop on that diagonal. But maybe you've got knight g7 if you need it. So, okay, if I go g4 first, and knight e6, and we get to the perfect square. So it does look like Tedrick Lee is going to hang on for a draw. Let's see. These came off, and the queens came off, and black had played c5, and then queen c6, so they disappeared, and now white has both rooks on the c file. Black has, oh, don't know exactly how it went, but f3 was definitely part of it. And is that what we've got? And yeah, it looks like what we've got, not by the correct move order, but so g5 and then knight c7 does seem to be annoying. It's a funny sort of isolated pawn position, but yeah, positionally, you sort of feel like white's got all the assets, but that knight, once it gets to e6, is pretty near perfect. and it can be maintained with the king. It's already protected by a rook. So black is fine. Oh, that rook is definitely not on b8. Yeah, so g5 and then either knight g7, knight e6, or knight c7, knight e6. So that's impressive. Okay, further down, we've had wins for David Cannon, the 8th seed over 13th seed Gary Lane, 2 international masters playing each other. And then George C., the 3rd seed, is finally up on a decent score. He has 3 now. He beat Aidan Odenthal in quite a double-edged game, but it always felt like George's attack would get through first. Further down, Darryl Johansson had a relatively short draw against a very accurate Ethan Chang. Ryder Teslin made a draw against the overperforming John Papantonio. Very, very impressive by the 26th seed in this tournament so far. And later on, Ted Power has continued his good run. He beat Daniel Wang, a 15-year-old against a 14-year-old. But Ted Power, who really only burst onto the scene this year with a 2nd place in the New South Wales August Weekender. The St George Chess Club knew he was pretty good, but they didn't know exactly how good he was. And he certainly proved that, let's see, a6. So we get a Maroczy. Oh, no, we don't get a Maroczy bind. We get the Johansson system with e5 and d6. As played against Murray Chandler successfully in the Commonwealth Championships of 1983. And this is exactly the system. Yeah, I think he was worried about bishop g5, but then you just castle, yeah? Oh, okay. This is all weird. Oh, no. What's he doing to my system? He's... Look what they've done to my system. Okay, I am impressed that Daniel Wang took it to move 60, but in the end, the 14-year-old went down. So Ted Power wins again. He goes to 2.5, and he is very close to the bottom seed in this tournament. But yeah, he played a very good game yesterday against Min Ren. Poor old Min Ren lost again against Tasmanian champion Will Rumley. Min Ren, just to remind you, those who haven't seen the stream before, in round 1, he had a series of forced mates and lost on time in a winning position when he forgot about his clock. In round 2, he had queen against rook, and he was about to take his opponent's rook when it was move 51 of the 50 move rule. So the opponent claimed a draw just before queen takes rook. And after that, he just fell to pieces. And I don't think he's scored since then, and not so surprisingly. So he was absolutely smashed. Yeah, well, that does look like a good attacking position to me. Yep, and he just loses the rook in the corner, doesn't he? Queen d4 check, looks like rook f2. You don't have a perpetual? You probably don't. Is there a problem with pawn takes? But there's queen b7. Yeah, well, maybe queen e1 at the end. Okay, so we've got to play check, I think. Or does the queen e3 work? Out of the checks. So we have to start with queen e1. Thank you. Doesn't make any difference, does it? You don't want me to take on c6. Queen f5. Yep, all over. So he lost a piece and lost the game. Okay, back up to our top game, by the way. Oh, that's already finished. Okay, they just didn't put the result in. And here, a long, long think on move 41 by Yi Lu. He's already used 15 minutes of the bonus half hour he was given. So what's this? Okay. Spectacular game, is it?
It's an exchange sacrifice.
Yeah. Okay, we may well get to it. We'll see. But at the moment, there's still a bit going on the top boards. On board 3, 13-year-old Harvey Zhu. Well, this is the position we thought we'd get. And the computer thinks that bishop h4 is absolutely fine. It's so weird. I guess if you give black time for e4 and king e5, it may not work so well. And remember, knight d3 check is coming. So, yeah, in practice, this must offer very, very good chances to black, who doesn't know that the computer is saying 0, 0, 0, because it feels as if things are falling apart. Now, king d2, knight takes pawn, bishop h4 might be the best way to go. It doesn't. Maybe you could call that a positional draw if you're lucky, but still doesn't feel great. So all in all, yeah, I think Baez Garland's got very good chances of winning that in practice. And Stephen Solomon and Sukai G looks like they're both down to, well, move 50, and they haven't got to the time control yet. Okay, this was our game with bishop a7, the famous Karpov game against Unzica. That's it. He won 2 very nice Spanish games against Unzica, but this is the famous one. So he's got the perfect position. He just has to find the right time to move his bishop away. Oh, don't do that. The way Karpov won it was to win on the king side. Do we believe this? Oh, no. Any normal attacking player would take back with the g-pawn. So what's he trying to do? Put a bishop on e4 and draw a piece down? Put a knight on e4 and draw a piece down? No? Oh. Yep, he genuinely wants to draw a piece down. Oh, really? What is he worried about here? Knight c7, maybe. Huh? Right. Okay, a winning plan for black. Put a bishop on b7. Notice that knight on f7 is terrible. It can go to d8 and b7, but it's still under control. It can go to h8, but it's still under control. So to do anything, it's going to have to go to h6, g8, e7. So maybe bishop f8 makes sense. And then you can go knight h6, knight g8, knight e7, put pressure on the d5 pawn. Oh. So this has got worse and worse. So black should be just winning here. I guess the Solomon knight is planned to go to a3 sometime. And somehow black doesn't seem to want to go bishop f8 because of g5. So Solomon is 5 minutes ahead on the clock. H5 does absolutely nothing because it just improves white's pawns. How about black's king heads over to D7 or somewhere? Or is knight B1, knight A3 a real problem? Bishop F8 here, G5, king up, and then king H5. Oh, and rook G8 one time. So king G8, he is planning to put his king on D7. So Solomon's piece sacrifice is not one of his best. And this should be winning for Sukai G, the 4th seed. That will move him up to 3 points. He needs some points. He's hasn't been doing so well. Okay, back to our top games. Just a reminder, although it hasn't been keyed in, that game was a draw on top board. Still no move from Yi. He's used 20 minutes of his 30 and he still hasn't made move 41. And here he did play bishop h4. Okay, that's quite impressive. That's seriously impressive. Because after knight takes a2, king b2, knight b4, bishop f6 is losing. That's right, yeah, but... Well, I thought he... well, king b1 was possible. Stupid, but not that stupid. Well, may I tell you that after king b1, my computer is going to say 0, 0, 0, despite the stupid move. But after bishop h4, it's a positional draw in a lot of lines, which is quite amazing. So white's king is simply going to sit around on d2 or d3. And it seems as if black can make no progress. Now, maybe I'm wrong. What about e4 as soon as we move our king? So king d2, e4 seems like the way to go. How do we dislodge that? King c5, king d4. Okay, then king e5. I'm guessing if we don't play a4, we die. But if we do play a4, or maybe we're in time, I don't know. Let's play it. King c5, okay. Why isn't this game over? So we're saying knight d5, threatening e4. Do we have a single move that prevents e4? Not really. What if we go king c2, then knight e3 check maybe? Yeah. It does, but maybe I need to go to b3 sometime. King d2, e4. Feels like game over. Bishop F2. King E5. Yes. This does not feel like a draw. Oh, that is not a draw. King D3 is a draw? You have to be kidding. Really? Okay. How do you mean? Well, I'm probably playing Bishop D4. I'm keeping your king out. This is the only critical line, and it's only the computer that says it's 0-0. Everyone else thinks it's winning for black. So this is all a matter of calculation, which the computer is, of course, notoriously weak at. So knight here or something. What? Better for white? That's not true. Winning for white? Apparently that knight is helpless over there. We march our king to b5, we attack it with a bishop, and then you die. Okay, this is quite a possible ending to the game. Oh, he played a4. Take, king c5, you mean? Yeah, you're losing that pawn pretty quickly. Oh, and it's winning now because if king d2, e4. Game over. Draw. What? Bishop e1? Knight e3? Okay, what's happened so far in the real game? ba4. Knight e3, all right. Apparently you should, okay, I want to play a5. You can go knight h6.
If the black king starts going for a1, can you ever prepare like h6 and bishop f6 as a trick with white?
Yes, you can. Apparently this is still a draw. Okay. Great winning chances for black. Oh, that's actually happened, has it? And is there any move apart from bishop e1 that makes a draw? I doubt it. And I mean, why isn't knight e3 game over? Oh, bishop f2. Ah, it is game over, right, okay. So e4. Bishop d2. I mean, who would play the come and get me attack like that? Nobody. Okay, knight f4. Knight g2 or king c4 first. You're not losing. I think you're losing. Unbelievable that this is 0-0. Unbelievable. In practice, this is going to be won, I reckon, 7 or 8 times out of 10. First, you got to find bishop b1, and it doesn't even feel like the best move, but okay. Yeah. Well, I reckon it'll say -4 very, very soon. So that's the position as we have it at the moment. King c5 has not yet been played. We have a move now from Yi. He played bishop d. Oh no, he played king d4. Okay, makes a bit of sense. Knight c7 was a mistake. Rook d8. Wow. Knight c7 was the most obvious move on the board. So I guess we have to go knight e6, checking king f7, threatening rook a6 and rook d8 or something like that. But with an active king like that, there's every chance white's going to do very, very well. So Yi Lu is still pushing for that win. e4 played. Makes a lot of sense. Let's have a look. Ben Leong and Jesse Zafarakis looks very, very, very drawish. Oh no, g6 is hanging. Still looks very drawish. Yeah, if pawn takes, we go rook c3 check first, and that will be an easy draw. And if you take on g6, what about e3? Scary. I guess Zafarakis is looking for some way to try to play for a win. And here, usually 2 pawns win by themselves. a5, f4 check, then e2, then rook f1, way too fast, I think. Yeah, so a5, f4 check, king g4, e2. f3, a6, rook e1, a7. Just in time. So let's go. h4, no checks you mean? Yep. Clearly I can play rook f1 if I really want to, but I don't really want to. No win here, eh? Hard to believe. Okay, we have to play that, yeah? If we go around to get in front of the pawn, black's king will come across. So, and that's a draw. Yep. So Kundu, looks like he was close to a win, is not winning anymore. That was the Zafirakis game, and there were a lot finished above that. Who haven't we looked at? Jingji Lin has made a draw with Jean Ruskov. Doesn't look exciting. Oh, Heather Richards. We left it with Richards doing quite well. I guess she still is. No? So, yeah, Heather Richards had a rook for 2 pieces ages and ages and ages ago. Yeah, we got. Oh no, we didn't see this. So tricky. Really, black needs a bishop h6 or a bishop d4 to make any progress. Oh, yep. Worried about the h-pawn. But he's already probably mucked it up. It is just after move 40. So this position should be absolutely okay for white because black has no passed pawns. So it's not as if black's doing anything much. It's, again, bishop h6 to get rid of the protector of f2 is probably the best chance. Yeah. I want to actually attack e4, but... And instead, things started working out okay. So why king h6 instead of rook f2? I guess bishop h5 withdrawing chances, really? I think it is. Black did, yeah, okay. Should be lost, 2 connected pawns. g5 looks like a good start. And white still has no passed pawns. That's pretty important. So I would say winning, and it is winning. Jack Rogers and Barman Kargosha. This looks like the end of a bit of a time scramble. Kargosha is definitely better, but he can't take the bishop at the moment because of queen f5 check at the end. So he has to prevent perpetual checks. So king e2. Yep. Game over. Game over. So yeah, so he is winning. He just has to find the right checks. So the Australian Olympic captain Jack Rogers is going down. Barman Kargosha will move to 50%, I think. No, he was on 2. He moves to 3 out of 5. So ahead of some of the favourites, in fact. Okay, back up to our top games. Yi is slightly better. Why can't he play king takes pawn? Answer, he can. c6, king e6 is fine. No. Oh, maybe. Rook c5. Yeah, but king d5 is easy because I can reposition to b5 later and then come in on a6 or a5. Looks completely winning. I should. And Harvey Zhu is having a long think. They still think he can draw, don't they? Bishop F2. E3 bishop check. I mean, that's a sort of finesse that is super weird. Okay, bishop F2. Let's just say you play bishop F2 and they go king E5. A5. So we blockade the pawn. Now they say winning for white. I mean, really? King D5? That's winning for white? Because what? King B2, King C4? Okay. Well, I think I've worked out what's happened, and there's a system upgrade going on with Stockfish 17 at the moment, and so you just can't trust what it's saying. Where? B2. Okay. Wow. The computer said it was winning, but as I said, Bishop, of course, yeah. How could you not play Bishop G1 here? You know, it makes sense. Bishop G1 happens to be the only square where you can't attack F6. Why would anyone play Bishop G1? Okay, Bishop G1. I'm going to bring the king up over here. What are you going to do? What's that? King E3. Okay. Take pawn. No, we're not miles away. We're about to come back. Yeah? Three against two. +6. Oh, there's going to be H6 and G5 and G6. Yeah. Unreal. Okay, my prediction was that Bias Gullen is going to win with black. I stand by that. A5, King B5 is equal. What? Bishop E1. No, Bishop F2. That's equal. No, it isn't. No, this. I wish they'd finish with this system upgrade and give me some accurate assessments. H6 was actually played on the physical chessboard, really? You weren't? All right, let's see. You reckon Bishop F6, yeah?
No, I'm just saying that's what he wants to do. Whether I do.
equal. No. Actually, I like the line knight g8 f6. Is that still going to say it's a draw? Black wins, of course he wins. Yeah. No, that knight maneuver was always going to be the real problem. Yeah, okay, so you get squeezed. But okay, here, knight g8. What are we supposed to do? King e3? f6? Or is g6 winning? Oh, unbelievable. You give away your h-pawn and you run the king all the way to g7 before black's king gets back. Oh, yeah, okay. This endgame is too difficult for me. And certainly for Harvey and Biascalan, who are just randomly making moves in the dark, not realizing that Stockfish says everything is 0, 0, 0. Okay, Harvey Zhu is only down to his last 6 minutes. He is going to sacrifice on f6, I reckon. So what about king d4? King e2. a5 probably loses. No, doesn't lose. Oh, okay. Nothing loses. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, dear. The tricky knight wins most of the time. That's the practical viewpoint here. Yeah. Luckily, black's only got one pawn on the H file. Yeah. Well, that's why the black king's going across and taking it before white's king can get in. Oh. We don't understand anything. Nobody's taking anyone's pawns. He is. But now they're suggesting rook e1 and rook e5 after king f6. And then you get into all sorts of bother because you don't have time for rook takes c5 because there's always a rook f5 check. So Yi, after losing yesterday, is about to bounce back and be a co-leader with Trevor Tao and Lee Tri Kien. So the Queenslander is finally ending a wonderful run by 15-year-old Tedrick Lee from Melbourne. And the other players we've got, well, on the top board, if you regard Trevor Tao as a South Australian, and I hear from South Australians that they still do, then you've got one from South Australia, one from Victoria, and one from Queensland on leading the tournament. So everything but New South Wales. Oh, unless Harvey Zhu loses. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, New South Wales can claim Trevor Tao as well. So, yeah, still no move from Biascalan. I guess she's seen king b4, bishop f6, and is looking for a way to avoid it. But, yeah, king d4, a5, e3. Yeah, somehow these positions don't feel like normal positions. Yeah, they're just, yeah, the white king in front of that pawn, it only takes a couple of moves for black to play king d4, e3, knight f4 check, king d3 and knight g2 check, and you're going to queen the pawn. And yet somehow that eighth pawn is quick enough. Reminding me of Kundu's game, in fact, where, yeah, that's the sort of position I like. Remember, it was just a boring rook ending before? Not anymore. Okay, a5, f4 check. King went to g4, e2, rook e1, f3, a6. Rook g2, he's worried about, so push. I really don't understand why this isn't going to be mate after rook takes e2. Hang on. So if we play rook e2, rook check, queen. Where's the mate? Oh, it's not mate? It's not mate? Queen's a queen, though. Oh, queen f7's check. Yuck. Queen c8, rook e8. That's the way to do it. Yep, get your checks for nothing and your queens for free. Oh, what? Oh, I got d6 with check. Okay. Just take on e2. Okay, so poor old Pritam Kundu, who isn't having a great tournament, the bottom seed in the tournament, has managed to lose a rook ending that didn't, well, was definitely not losable if he didn't push too hard, and he went down. Ben Leong and Jesse Zafarakis, we left that with, black deciding whether he, white deciding whether he wanted to try to win, and he has, and he's winning now. How did that happen? He did play rook g6. So gf3 is no good, or is it? Rook g5, king e6, take on f3, winning for white. E3. Now that's tricky. Yep. Here. Rook g5, king d6 or d4. King takes. F4, king d4. Both sides. Well, maybe what black doesn't. Maybe black wins, yeah. But that is tricky because you get your rook behind the pawn. Oh, this one. Why can't we take? Maybe because that was easier. Yep, and he resigned. So Ben Leong from Queensland went down to Melbourne's Jesse Zafarakis. Zafarakis had a pretty bad tournament up to now, only 1 out of 4, but he now moves to 2 out of 5. Let's see, where is Heather Richards still going or not? She won. She won that ending with those good pawns. Yep, lots of good pawns. 4 of them, in fact. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the top. Yi Lu appears to be... Oh, is he winning or is there a perpetual? Rook c4, king e5. No perpetual. Easy win. How? How can you escape with your king? We're going king e5, king d6, that sort of thing. So that looks like forced mate. Yep, sure is. So Yi wins. And we have one good game left. Harvey Zhu. What? What about knight f6? Is that the idea? Is there any other move that hangs on? Looks like a draw, doesn't it? So just for those of you who want to keep up, she did play king b4, he did sacrifice, and now instead of the positional knight g8, she played this, which is simply a draw. She has to take on h6, pawn takes, knight f7, hang on, draw or win for white. But the black king should come back